Good morning and welcome to the Olympic Jumping Complex for day 2 of our NorAm Freestyle aerial competition. Time check of around 9:30. I've wandered out without my phone, so I can't tell you what time it is. That's what you're going to be watching. Happy Canadian coaches clapping above their heads. Good day yesterday for Canada. Gold in both men's and women's divisions. This afternoon, the ladies will jump a little earlier than previously posted. They'll be starting their competition at 1:35, but we've got boys getting underway starting at 10. No more than 4 jumps is what it said on the competition schedule. So men's qualification warm-up, max 4 jumps. I don't know who's counting, but that was the plan. So same format as yesterday, 2 qualification jumps, and then we'll take the best 6 scores for the top 6 for a final before we let the ladies compete and warm up after a little course chop and prep. Athletes have been out early this morning, came out at 8 o'clock for speed checks. Now we've had open warm-up since 8:45. That closes at 9:45, and then we get underway once we've got in touch with all of our judges who are remote all over North America and in Europe. We're going to be getting going as quickly as we can as soon as those judges are ready. My co-announcer, Chris Lillis, gold medalist from the Beijing mixed aerials event, first event in the aerials world at the Olympics, and he won a gold medal. He's going to be sitting with me. He's the stuff, I'm the fluff. My name's Stuart Hemsley. I'm your MC from across the sea. Welcome to Lake Placid, the 2-time Olympic village that is Lake Placid. It's not every 4 years in Olympics, it's every day right here in Lake Placid. I think that was my announcer. He's going to forerun for the event, Chris Lillis. And then he's going to make his way into the booth and we'll talk technical stuff in between times. On course. Okay, so 10 o'clock is when we start men's aerial qualifications, 18 athletes, 2 jumps, and then down to a final 6. We'll hope to keep this on schedule. Weather could prove a little testing with a little rain in the forecast. Wind is not our friend, obviously. We had a few holds for young athletes and athletes who were doing triples. You don't need wind in this sport. So thanks for coming out. This is a free event to watch. So if you've come out to watch freestyle aerials, nothing is better than free, especially when it's aerials. Good morning and welcome to the Olympic Jumping Complex for FIS Freestyle NorAm Cup. Second day of competition, and we'll be getting underway in around 15 minutes. Got a time check of 9:45. Athletes just completing their last of 4 training jumps before we go into an 18 athlete qualification for men and 15 athletes represented in the ladies division. Men will jump this morning, teams from Canada, US, Japan, and Australia. And the same mix of 4 countries for the women that jump at 135. There will be jumping in between the men's final, which is the top 6 from the 2 qualification jumps before we go to women's. But as you've seen from the warm-up for qualification, the jumps are firing thick and fast before we actually get to the qualification round, when we've got judges from all over the country watching live on video cams and then sending their messages and scores through for the head judge to release, and then we'll read them to you. We got Victor Primo is going to be our first athlete representing Canada, followed by Ashton Solwall. And Elliot Primo will be third. So last couple of athletes getting ready for their final qualification warm-up jumps. My name's Stuart Hemsley. I'm your MC from across the sea. I'll be joined in the booth by Chris Lillis, a young man who I watched grow up in our freestyle aerial pool with his brothers and has made it to the big show and won a gold medal in Beijing. So definitely got some quality alongside me, and we'll keep you as informed as we can about who's jumping, the jump that they'll be doing, and then Chris will critique the jump. And yesterday he was doing a great job on estimating the score and position. And we'll talk about the bubble on the second qualification round of jumps, where people get bumped out or jump in to the top 6 for their final jump. Now, that final jump is scheduled to be around 11:20. Men's final 6 around 11:20. So we'll be jumping from 10 o'clock through until around 11:35 with the men before we move over to the ladies, who will start jumping at around 12:20. Stop by the Waffle House. They've got all kinds of beautiful food in there. I saw credit card only. So don't go there with cash, kids. Take mom or dad. And make sure that you get, I heard the chocolate on a waffle is good. Anybody else in the judges' tower had the waffle? Waffle? With what? Chocolate, exactly. So waffle with chocolate, can't go wrong. So go see the Waffle House. He is open right now. If you haven't had breakfast, go get some waffle with chocolate. I have just been handed a updated schedule. Women's qualification warm-up jumps start at 12 o'clock, so we're not going any later than a 12 o'clock start for our 4 max jumps for our women. Competition for the ladies starts at 1:15. Chris Lillis, are you forerunning? No. Okay. I'll see you in my office as soon as you're ready. Okay, so time check right now. 9:55. 5 minutes until we're destined to touch base with all of our judges. Helena Carpenter, US, Dana Licorice, Canada, Dejan Ladik in Slovenia, Daniel Murphy in Canada, and Jocelyn Volpe in Canada. Those are our judges that are remote.
the one who was here yesterday.
All right. Well, there's Sam too. He could invest.
They need to bring us a big pizza.
Yeah, the two of them together.
Was it Fix Life or Pizza at Time the other night?
Good morning and welcome to the Olympic Jumping Complex for our FIS NorAm Cup. Day 2 of competition. Men just 3 minutes away from starting, and I'm joined here with the man, the myth, the legend, amongst his teammates who heard him commentate for the first time yesterday and critique them. Chris Lillis. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, and happy to be here. Should be a pretty spicy day of competition with some little more wind and weather than we had yesterday, and men are still throwing some big tricks up there, so excited to see them start launching.
Do we think they're going to go bigger today?
Well, the wind has been swirling around. I just think it's going to be a little bit unpredictable out there, and everybody's done a really good job of making it work during training, and the tricks were even bigger than I expected. So high level degree of difficulty from the field today, and I'd say even more triples than we saw compete yesterday, so it should be exciting.
Good, good. We're getting in touch with our judges right now who are remote and under the control of our head judge, Chuck Search. You know Chuck?
Well, not personally, but I know him by the scores that he's given me. Sure.
Oh.
I know him personally well, as well. But you know, a lot of these guys have had a lot of experience judging and judging on NorAm competitions as well as World Cups, and so an experienced field of judges today.
And thanks to our technical delegate, Guy Andre, for coming down from just north of Montreal. He'll be leaving immediately following this. He's got a 3.5-hour drive back. Lovely fella, our TD, Guy Andre. And Chief of Comp, Chip Draper. He doesn't travel from that much further away than the bobsled track. And his guys, Pat and Manny, Evan Bliss and Evan Greenberg, Brad Preston, his Chief of Hill, and Raymond have done a magnificent job on the hill. Wednesday, it didn't look good. Thursday, it looked absolutely magnificent, and it stood up yesterday like nothing had ever happened this week.
Yeah, the Lake Placid crew has done an amazing job getting this jump site ready for the last 3 weeks, and especially through the last week with all the weather and rain that came in. We haven't held an event here since the 2019 World Cup up until yesterday, and I'll tell you what, these guys didn't miss a beat. This is one of the best sites in the world, and the jumps and the facilities and everything look amazing.
And that wind has turned around from yesterday.
Yep, it's going the other direction. So it doesn't affect the height of the jump too much. It just affects where the athletes start, how much consistency they have coming into the jump. And it's going to be a factor all day long. So landed jumps will probably get you pretty far today. And especially if you can put some nice form to it and keep them straight, that'll do you even better. But I think landing will be key for these athletes out here.
Now, when you said it was frosty out there, you didn't mean the weather just, well, about that you explaining that it's not nice in the way it's being frosty?
Well, I wouldn't say not nice. It's just it'll be an interesting day. It's going to be a little bit unpredictable, especially with speeds. And, you know, we do an extreme sport. This is an action-packed sport. And when the weather gets nice and it's no wind and it's very sunny outside, these athletes really show out. Now they're going to really have to lean on their experience and their air awareness to put these jumps to their feet in unpredictable conditions.
So we are live on YouTube, and I think Danny Loeb's mum was watching. She was enjoying our interaction yesterday. I enjoy having you here because, as I say, I'm the fluff, you're the stuff. So if I ask too many questions, I'm sorry, but there are a lot of people out there in the crowd that also may, well, they certainly will learn from the way you explain the jumps and the scoring. Talk to us about the scoring.
Well, the scoring is a mixture of the air, how much height you get off the jump, your form, how straight, or if you're doing a position, how well you execute that position, and then the landing is 30% of the score, but it's key and it's kind of that final stamp you can put on it. Judges yesterday, at least in my opinion, did a really great job of scoring the event, and it's a judge sport, so these athletes are putting it out there. We try and figure out every year and every season what the judges want to see, and even throughout a competition, figuring out which part of the jumps they seem to be valuing. And, you know, just trying to give insight into that, and as a jumper, as an athlete, as well as someone who's watched the sport for a long time, what I'm seeing and what I think the judges are going to end up seeing as well.
So you said 30% is landing. What's the percentage between air and form?
Well, it's a raw score of 10, so there is 3 points delegated for landing, 4 points, 5 points, I think. Oh gosh, I can get a number. 5 points delegated for form, and then 2 points for takeoff. I might have to be double checked on that. But the judges, it's really an overall impression as well. So it'd be easy, you know, when they're writing on the scorecards, they try to do each category separately. But I think anybody watching, you know, each category does affect the other. So a great landing really puts a stamp on a jump and might even get you higher scores in some other categories. And, you know, a beautiful jump that isn't landed, obviously, usually there's mistakes made in that, whether that be in your control, the decisions that you made in the air, what range, which is, you'll see athletes using their arms to flip and twist, and how far their arms are above their head, or whether they have their arms close to their body, or even bending their knees to pull in. That's all adjustments that they're making in the air, using their coach's call that are yelling up at them to get the jump to their feet.
So the break-in form is... Okay, we're just checking Chris's microphone. You might not have heard that. May not have heard that beautiful explanation of the 3 points for landing, 5 points for form, 2 for air. And that's broken down with the, or that's multiplied by the difficulty, correct?
That is correct. So it's multiplied by the degree of difficulty of the trick. So a higher degree of difficulty with more flips and more spins will, you know, will multiply that score and get it higher. It is not out of 100, but a really nice scoring triple will be usually over 100, and a very nice scoring double will be, you know, in the high 80s to 90-point range.
Okay, it might have just been a simple case of switching the microphone on.
All right, I think maybe I'm in now. I can hear myself. All right, so ready to go.
Ed from Bullet Timing, how far are we away from judges ready?
I believe judges are ready right now.
The judges are ready. And our first athlete, we will find out what their jump is going to be, is Victor Prumeau from Canada, bib number 4.
Is this an athlete or a forerunner?
No forerunners going today.
There's no forerunners?
Oh, we have one forerunner. Well, I'm one of them, and I didn't do it.
Okay, apparently we don't have 2 forerunners because one of the forerunners is sitting next to me. So we'll just wait for confirmation on a forerunner before we start our competition.
No forerunner.
4 is ready.
Who is it?
One forerunner.
Where?
I don't see a forerunner out there. I see bib 4 up there ready to go.
Who's this one?
at the other one, and she's skiing down on the side right there. So who's he talking about?
Somebody's answer this.
Any forerunners? One.
Nope. I don't think we do.
I don't see anybody.
I'm one of them, and Winter's the other one, and she just skied down on the other side.
There's a little confusion as to who they are or what's going on, so I'll let you go.
19 is a 19, that should be Lewis.
19 is not. 19 is Megan.
That's why the 19 over there.
Yeah, that's a jumper.
Bib 19, back full, kicker 1.
That'll be a forerunner?
Forerunner going.
Okay, the forerunner is bib number 19, going off of kicker number 1. And then we will get Victor on course. Bib number 19 is on course, kicker 1.
Really beautiful back full, single twisting backflip to start us off for the day, and now we'll be ready to get into that men's competition.
Jen, you got a jump for 4?
Nope. Oh, number 4 is back full, kicker 1. Hold on. Double full, kicker 3, they just said.
So our first competitor of the day is going to be Victor Primu. He is the older brother of 2 Primu brothers that'll be jumping in today's competition. He'll be throwing a double full off kicker number 3, and he jumped his way into the finals yesterday.
Okay. Judges are ready.
Judges are ready.
Double full.
Victor Primo is on course.
Just a little bit of trouble on the landing there for Victor. These athletes are having a lot of trouble with the wind, trying to get that speed adjusted, and just kind of a little bit of an unnecessary form break just before he hit. Looking like he was coming in pretty good. The jump was massive. Beautiful form on the first flip with 2 very tight twists that finished at a very nice time for the judges, and just he'll be looking towards round number 2 to hopefully put a solid jump to his feet and make his way into the finals.
So while we wait for our judges' scores to come in before we send our next athlete is Ashton Selwan from Team USA, bib number 10.
So if we look, that wind flag on the looker's right-hand side is very straight and a very strong headwind in today's competition.
Ashton Salwan's jump is to be a full double fall off of kicker number 2.
Judges are ready.
And the judges are ready. Ashton Salwan is on course.
Wonderfully done, full double full. If you saw on the second flip there, he twisted the whole thing with his arms above his head. We call that a taffy maker. It's a nice little nickname for the ranges that we're using. And Ashton will be stoked with that one, jumping in some tough wind. He's a younger jumper, really trying to make his name on the NorAm Tour and putting down a really solid jump in round one.
Our next athlete will be representing Canada, Elliot Primo, the younger brother of Victor. Elliot's jump will be a back full off of kicker number 1, bib number 15. Judges are ready for Elliot Primo. Elliot is on course.
Wonderfully done back full right there. Kept his body straight the entire way through, put it down to his feet. And for Elliot, he's a young jumper just trying to get some solid experience in today's competition. A little bit on the lower end of the degree of difficulty, but I've seen him do some doubles on water, and I think that he's just trying to get some solid jumps off the single and before he makes his step up to the double in NorAm competition.
So your progression from the water to snow, how soon after jumping on water do you take it to the snow?
Well, it's really a question of your coaches. You know, they watch you jump every day. It's really like we do summer-long projects where you'll set some goals at the beginning of the summer, maybe some trick packages that you're trying to accomplish. You'll work towards it every day, and then especially when you're at the earlier stages of your career, usually you'll take a qualification test. It's like a 5-jump test that you have to do, and it is scored by your coach and coaches that are qualified to tell when the jumps are ready to be taken to snow. And if you can pass that test, usually that's the moment where you especially take some of those first doubles and things to snow.
What's the jump?
Double full, full, kicker 3.
Double full, kicker 3. Our next athlete, Gabrielle Dion from Canada. Judges are ready. Double full off of kicker number 3. Jen, you can shout that at any time.
Okay.
Wow, really solid jump done by Gabrielle there. One of the nicer millers we have seen, double full fulls the whole weekend long and done in some pretty tough conditions.
Our next athlete will be Alexander Duchesne. Young man who had a good day yesterday, Chris.
Yeah, ended up on the podium and made the step to triples right on his first day on the site. We have a score in for Ashton Salwan going into first place with a 90.59 on his full double full. One of his better scores in competition.
It's all good now.
What do you got, Jen?
I think everything's working good here. We're jumping now.
Jen?
Thanks.
What do you got? Nothing?
This will be our first triple backflip of the competition, and a lot of these athletes took that step up in degree of difficulty despite the hard conditions. So first triple backflip of the day coming up.
Full, kicker 4.
Alex is on a full from kicker number 4. Judges are ready for you, Alex. Fall, fall, fall for kicker number 4. Alex is on course.
Stuck. So that's what we were talking about. Landed jumps are going to take you a long way, and he put that right to his feet.
I love watching a landed jump. I mean, yesterday there were a couple of back flaps. There were punch forwards. And if you punch forward, you can punch forward and actually land on your skis too, right? But there's no extra points for that.
There is no extra points for extra flips off the landing. They do, sometimes you can do it so hard that you do completely do a front flip, land on your skis and ski it out. We might see that later on today. But Alex there hit a very nice takeoff. And with the speed issues that we're having today with some of the wind, it's just going to be a little more inconsistent. And I loved how he adjusted in the air, pulled his knees in just a little bit at the end, but overall kept it pretty clean and put it right to his feet. That's definitely going to go into first position.
Okay, next young man, Connor Curran, had a good day yesterday, finishing in 3rd place. Highest place U.S. athlete on the men's side. His jump will be a double fall off of kicker number 2.
Connor just making his transition to triple backflips this year, but has spent the last 4 years or 5 years doing doubles and really honing him in. So he's doing tricks that he's very comfortable with today, and expect to see him do at a high level.
Judges are ready. Connor is on course.
And that is our first punch front of the day. Really, for Connor there, just having some trouble with the speed. Not quite enough speed for him to do a high-quality double full, and he'll be looking towards the next round to improve on that.
Our next jumper is Haruto Igarashi from Japan. Double fall off of kicker number 3. Familiar name has gone in at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, Alexander Duchesne putting a triple to his feet, hopping into first position with a 94.77, ahead of Ashton Salwan, holding tight at a 90.59, and then Gabrielle Dion in 3rd place, just barely behind Ashton with an 89.53. So those are our top 3 at the moment. Haruto taking a slight step up in his degree of difficulty to yesterday with a triple twisting double backflip, and excited to see him put it to his feet.
Judges are ready for you, Haruto. Haruto is on course.
Wow, what a wonderful jump for Haruto, and after a tough training for him, that was a wonderful jump to see him put down.
Small team from Japan, just male athlete, female athlete, and one coach.
Yeah, it's just a small team traveling. They have a very robust developmental team in Japan that I've seen jumping, some younger kids, and just maybe, trying to stay jumping at home and develop there before they start traveling to the North American Cup Tour and to the World Cup. So expect more athletes out of Team Japan in years to come, but we're happy to have them here and participating in this NorAm event.
Good stuff. Emile Nadeau is up next, representing Canada, bib number 1. Emile's jump, double, full, full, full. Probably as difficult a jump as we see here today.
Definitely going to be the highest degree of difficulty jump we're going to see all day. Going for it on the first round, trying to put a stamp on it and get his way into the final round. He was second on the podium yesterday, and he is currently the North American Cup leader, so looking to finish off strong here today and take home that title.
Judges are ready for Emile. Emile is on course.
And putting it down to his feet, slight form break before he hit the snow just to make sure he put the landing gear down, but that's going to put him into first position and definitely into the finals.
And that wind was roaring when he took off.
Yeah, it's been tough for these athletes, especially the ones on the triple. That wind will tend to affect you more and more the higher you are up on the in-run. So these athletes on the triple have the most to worry about. Their coaches are doing everything they can to put them in the right spot, and that was a great example of that.
So when you look at Matt DePeters is up there talking to U.S. athletes, Emile was up there on his own. What's the purpose of a Matt DePeters? Not that he's never welcome here. He's always welcome here.
So Matt DePeters is our top coach, is what we'd call it. We have a few top coaches up there, Matty Varmette being for some of our younger athletes. And he's someone that we really lean on. He helps run the speeds and get the athletes in the right spot, as well as the right mental space before they jump. Team Canada does not have a top coach up there today, but if you look up, they have radios connected to sticks. So they have a direct line to their coaches where they're able to talk to them and make those speed adjustments.
Our next athlete, Louise Groslo from Canada. Jump, Jen.
Back full. Kicker 1.
Louise Groslo's jump, a back fall off of kicker number 1. The judges are ready for you, Louise. Louise is on course.
Pretty well executed single twisting backflip right there. Just a young athlete trying to get some experience and put down some solid jumps in competition.
Nice job, Louise. Next up, representing Team USA, Bodin Napolitano. Bib number 17.
Bowden's going to be giving us a straight over double backflip lay tuck off kicker number 2. And this is his first year competing on the North American Cup Tour. He also did his first World Cup competitions this year, and one of the young up-and-coming athletes that we have for Team USA. Score in for Emil Nadeau going into the top spot with 103.62. And that'll be enough to carry him into the finals and jump for that North American Cup Tour Championship.
Good jump, Jim.
17 is a lay kicker too.
Judges are ready for Bodin. Lay off of kicker number 2.
I can hear one judge is very delayed from everybody else on that, because I'm hearing both of their streams, and all of them I can hear right on, and there's one judge who's like 15 seconds out on the streams. I don't know where he is in the world. It's getting
Bodin is on course.
So going over the handlebars there, just not quite able to hold on to the landing. Might have wanted just a little bit more speed or a little bit more flip rotation coming off the jump. That's why you saw he had to bring his knees in right before landing.
So not enough speed, you say?
Well, it can be a combination of things. You know, each athlete may be going for, you know, their own preference on how high they want to go off the jump, and that's a decision made with their coach before they go. But as far, it's a combination. You want good flip rotation coming off the jump, but as well as, you know, the correct speed. And if one of those things is off, it can lead to adjustments needing to be made.
Our next athlete from Canada, Mia Fontaine, bib number 7.
pigeon connecting his video file. I'll check in between. I'll check in with all the judges, make sure they're all on.
Full double full. Kicker 3, sorry.
Sometimes he comes in fine.
Mia's jump will be a full double full off of kicker number 3.
And looking to put down a solid jump on the first round here, put him in a nice position to make that final round and get into the finals. Yeah, hadn't missed the finals yesterday, and I know that he's looking for more. I talked to him this morning.
Now they're talking about the scores.
Judges are ready for Mia.
Full double full.
Mia is on course.
And a beautifully done full double full. So good to see from Mia after having some trouble with the landing yesterday. Put it down. He is one of the most talented young Canadian jumpers on the World Cup Tour and the North American Cup Tour. So just great to see him put down a solid jump on day 2.
Thanks for coming out to the FIS NorAm Cup. Day 2 of competition. Our next athlete will be Riley Flanagan from Australia. You've made it out of town. Riley has made it here from down under.
And just reading off a few scores that have come in, Haruto Igarashi coming in with a 78.96. And our top 5 athletes right now are Emil Nadeau with 103.62, Alexander Duchesne, 94.77, Ashton Salwan holding on in third at 90.59, Gabrielle Dion with an 89.53, and Haruto Igarashi in 5th right now. I have a feeling that Mia Fontaine will definitely take the lead on the doubles so far today and might even get into 2nd place.
What's the jump?
Lay full. 2.
Judges are ready for Riley. Lay full off of kicker number 2. On course.
Ooh, and just having a little bit of trouble on the landing there for Riley. A really great jump. Great body line, great air in form in the air. The landing hill today is just a little bit soft, a little bit slushy, and sometimes that can grab your skis. We call it a snow snake. And we're seeing a few athletes go over the handlebars, just getting caught up in that snow a little bit.
Our next athlete, Elliot Beauregard. Double full off of kicker number 3. Elliot representing Canada.
Forgot I was going to bring my little Craftsman dustbuster and suck up these flies today. Forgot it.
Score just came through for Mia Fontaine of a 92.70, putting him into third place position at the moment.
Judges are ready for Elliot. Elliot is on course.
And just having some trouble with the wind and a little bit with the landing there. As you saw, as he was entering into that second flip, as he was doing those 2 twists, had to bend the knees, had to make the adjustment. And then again, a lot of these athletes going forwards over the handlebars, seeming to get caught up in some of this slushier snow because the temperatures are just a little bit warmer than they were yesterday.
Elliot's a young one, 2007.
Yeah, he is definitely a young one. The Canadian team has a really robust development team right now, and he'll be around for many years to come. And you know, just trying to build that experience and honestly jumping those doubles and those triple twisting doubles at a pretty high level from what I've seen.
Ian Schoenwald is our next athlete representing Team USA, bib number 8.
So this will be our first American athlete off that triple kicker, trying to challenge the Canadians, Alexander Duchesne and Emile Nadeau. Ian got so close to putting down such a quality full in yesterday's competition, and hoping to improve on that today and put it to his feet.
Jen, jump.
Full, number 4.
Yell it as soon as you got it. Full off of kicker number 4 for Ian. Judges are ready for Ian. Ian is on course.
And just having some trouble getting the speed quite right there. Kind of over-adjusted for being a little bit slow coming off the jump, which is what led to that slap back. But just tough weather to do these triple backflips in.
Brutally long hold for him there. Now, in a World Cup, they wouldn't get that much time.
Yeah, usually we have a clock running of 15 seconds from when the judges are ready in a World Cup. Kind of adds another dynamic to the event where you need to be ready to make those split decisions and try and get into a good wind. But taking that out of it today for these developmental athletes, just so that they can focus on getting the right speed, getting the right window of time to go, and putting as many jumps to their feet as possible.
Our next athlete is going to repeat that jump. Lewis Irving, our tall drink of water from Canada, is going to be full off of kicker number 4. Didn't have a good day yesterday for Lewis.
Yeah, just a little bit tough. A lot of these Canadian athletes especially just showing up, didn't get quite the training because of the weather earlier in the week, so just still adjusting to the jump site, and that kind of showed yesterday for Lewis. But he's a 2022 Olympian and Olympic bronze medalist, and we expect him to make that adjustment from day 1 of competition to day 2 and put down some solid jumps to his feet.
Judges are ready for you, Lewis. Lewis is on course.
So landing that full, a few form breaks in the middle, so that will hurt his score, but it'll be interesting to see where the judges put that higher degree of difficulty than we've seen from most of the athletes, and as well as a good landing. So that'll be up to the judges and what they're valuing today.
Now, he's another one that you're going to see in Kazakhstan next week?
Yep, we're many of the World Cup athletes, and especially for Lewis Irving and Marianne Thaneau from Canada, the 2 Olympians in today's field, will all be taken off tomorrow, getting to Montreal Airport, and heading off to Kazakhstan for the last World Cup of the season.
Our next jump for Pierre Cote, full off of kicker number 4.
Pierre stepping up that degree of difficulty from day 1 to day 2. I believe we saw a single twisting triple and a double twisting triple out of him yesterday, but did not see a triple twisting triple. So stepping up the degree of difficulty, trying to land his spot in the final round.
Judges are ready for you, Pierre Olivier. Pierre is on course.
And putting it down to his feet, another jump where the adjustment had to be made on that third flip, bringing his knees in. These athletes are dealing with extreme headwinds at the moment. And a young guy putting down a triple twisting, triple backflip, and I definitely think that'll land him into that top 6. Score in for Lewis Irving, 80.59. That would be kind of the benchmark-ish area. I do think Pierre's jump will go above that, but that is our current bubble score for round 1.
Our next athlete, Derek Kruger, had a great jump in his first round jump last in the top 6 yesterday, so was expecting to do do well, but didn't land his jump, I believe.
Yeah, Derek just had a great first round jump, one of his better jumps I've ever seen him do with a quad twisting triple backflip, and then had a very similar jump on his last round, just went over the top, had trouble holding on to that landing, and was just, this close. So hoping to see Derek put down another solid qualification jump, and then when he gets into that final, to put it down, the Krugmeister.
Judges are ready for Derek. Derek is on course.
So Derek just not feeling the wind there, and must have caught a pretty heavy headwind coming into the jump, and decided to balk there. So he will be able to take another jump if he wants to, because he did not go off the jump. There'll be a slight deduction because of the balk, we call it. But just glad to see Derek making good decisions to keep himself safe.
Is he gonna go back up and jump again right now? Or are we on to the next competitor?
That's not up to me, but he can if he wants to.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, move on to the next competitor for sure.
Okay, we do move on. Okay.
Okay, so Derek balked on that one. He'll get a chance to jump again. Anthony Noel is our final of 18 jumpers in the first round of qualifying. Anthony representing Canada. Double full off of kicker number 3.
Are you guys ready for the next jumper to go? Okay, judges are ready.
Judges are ready for Anthony. Anthony is on course.
Oh, and just not quite able to put that jump to his feet. Did a really good job. Looked like he was maybe coming in just a hair slow, giving it some juice on the takeoff so he could keep that straight. Just needed to put down the landing gear, and he'll be looking towards round 2. So that concludes our first round of jumping.
Let's talk about the bubble, because that's where it really comes in this second qualifying round of jumps, Chris.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised and impressed with the scores on the bubble, considering the weather we're dealing with today. So our top 6 are currently in first place, Emile Nadeau, Alexander Duchesne in second place, Mia Fontaine in third, Pierre Olivier in fourth place, Ashton Salwan holding on in fifth, and Gabrielle Dion on the bubble with an 89.53 as we go into our second round. Those scores carry over into the second round, but those athletes that are outside of it will be trying to put down a solid jump and get into that top 6.
Just one U.S. athlete in there after Derek balked, because we would expect to see Derek in that top 6.
Yeah, we're hoping to. He's got to put down a solid jump. Like I said earlier, the conditions on these triples are going to be tougher, so it's kind of high risk, high reward. If you're able to put it to your feet, you can expect to see yourself in those top 6, but it's no easy task today. So hoping for a nicer jump for Derek on round number 2.
Okay, our next athlete will be Victor Prumeau from Canada. Full, double, full off of kicker number 3. His first jump was double, full, full off of the same kicker. Chris, just explain why they're not able to do the same jump.
So just kind of show a diversity in your trick package. Going from the qualifications to the finals, they are allowed to repeat, but in these first 2 qualification jumps, the jumps have to be different in order to show, a more versatile package. And, you don't want to see athletes just throwing the same trick over and over again until they can get it. So Victor had a little bit of trouble on his round 1 qualification and just missed the landing a little bit. And I know him. He's hoping to put down a solid full double full, put himself into the final like he did yesterday, and he can do it. A 90-point jump is 90-plus point jump is most likely what it's going to take to get into the finals.
Judges are ready for Victor. Judges are ready. Victor is on course.
A really nice jump for Victor there. Playing with fire, had to stretch it down just before the landing, but was able to put it to his feet. And that will be close. Bubble score right now is Gabrielle Dion with an 89.53. Just a few minor mistakes in that full double full that will put that, I'd guess that score is going to be right around there, so it should be close.
Ashton Salwan is our next athlete representing Team USA, bib number 10. Teammate of yours?
He's one of the younger jumpers, did his first World Cup competitions this season, and Ashton had a really solid jump in that first round, and he's going to be happy with that, but always room to improve, get himself a little higher on the leaderboards just to take all the guesswork out of it so he can prepare for that final.
Ashton's jump, a double full full off of kicker number 2. And the judges are ready for you, Ashton. Ashton is on course.
Really solid jump for Ashton there, especially dealing with some difficult wind. I'm not sure it's going to overtake his first round jump, so he might have to play a little bit of a guessing game with the bubble here. But a really solid day competition for Ashton, especially for a young jumper jumping in some tough conditions.
And some crowd noise. Thanks for turning up. Eventually, these guys have been here since 8 o'clock this morning. Triples for breakfast was what you said, Chris.
Yeah, it was definitely an early morning for the men's field, and appreciate spectators coming out. Grab yourself a waffle, a coffee, and get loud. The louder you guys are, the higher we'll go. That's for sure.
Our next athlete, Elliot Primo, with a double full off of kicker number 1, representing Canada.
So a little bit of a hopscotch on the scoreboard from jump number 1. Victor Primo going into 5th place with a 90.94. That moves Gabrielle Dion out of the top 6 and makes our new bubble score, Ashton Salwan, with a 90.59.
Judges are ready for Elliot. Elliot is on course.
Solid back double full there. 2 solid jumps out of Elliot, and got to be stoked for Elliot watching his older brother compete, kind of showing him the way and showing him, how these tricks are done at the higher level. And he'll be rooting for Victor to hold on to that top 6 position as we finish up round number 2 of qualification.
Double full, kick 3.
Our next athlete, Gabrielle Dion, with a jump we didn't see a lot yesterday. Double full, double full.
So this is the most technical difficulty on the double that you're going to see today. There's 4 full twists, 4 rotations, and just 2 backflips. So he'll be spinning from the moment he leaves the jump to the moment he hits the ground. And just got knocked out of that top 6, and it's clear that he's trying to get himself back into it with this jump.
Judges are ready for Gabrielle. Gabrielle is on course.
And wow, putting that quad twisting double backflip down to his feet, that's going to get him back into that top 6. So he got knocked out the jump before, and he'll be right back in there after that jump. One of the nicest doubles we've seen all day.
So when you arrive here at the ski jumps, how do you start getting mentally into the twisting? You come here, you do speed checks. What is your preparation for the twisting?
Well, I'd say that this sport is roughly, 70% muscle memory and maybe 30% mental. So there's a lot of visualization and warm-up techniques that we do as athletes before we start jumping. But a lot of it, you got to get out there, you got to start your speed checks, talk to your coach, and then you let your body, do the trick, and that helps you to feel comfortable.
One more time, Jen.
Lay double, full, 4.
Okay, young man who won yesterday, Alexander Duchesne, is up next representing Canada. Lay double full off of kicker number 4 for Alexander. Currently sitting in 2nd.
Yeah, Alex has been pushing the degree of difficulty all week long.
Ready?
Judges are ready for Alexander. On course.
And putting down another solid jump for Alex there. He'll be in the finals, and now he's just getting tuned up to, and we'll see which high degree of difficulty trick he throws in that final to try and take down the win and potentially knock off Emile Nadeau from that lead. Emile Nadeau in first place for the competition, as well as leading the North American Cup Tour right now. Final day of the North American Cup Tour, so we'll be crowning a champion later today.
Our next athlete, Connor Curran, full off of kicker 2.
New score in for Gabrielle Dion, going from 7th to 4th position with a 92.43, making our new bubble score Victor Primo with a 90.94.
Full two.
Are they ready?
No.
Judges are ready for Connor.
Yes, they're ready. Yes, judges are ready.
Judges are ready for Connor.
Start saying it over here. No breaks or anything today. Just yet. I thought it was hilarious. Gotta bring a little humor to the
Connor is on course.
Mr. Zucker.
And having some trouble on the landing there, that will not be quite enough to get Connor into the finals today. Beautiful jump in the air and caught some nice speed, really lofty jump, but unfortunately just not able to stick it.
Our next athlete represents Japan, Haruto Igarashi. Full off of kicker number 3. Currently sitting in 9th. Is his jump enough to get him into that top 6, Chris?
Technically, there is enough points in a full to get him into the top 6, but it will have to be just about perfect. Max score for a full, a double twisting double is a 94.5. Our current bubble score is Victor Primo with a 90.94. So not impossible, but it'd be very difficult. Would have to be an absolutely beautiful jump.
Judges are ready for Haruto. on course.
Beautiful full fold there from Haruto. Just a little bit chest down on the landing is going to be just enough to keep him out of that final six. But a much better day of competition for Haruto today than yesterday, and that's what you want to see out of a young jumper.
Now, who do the Japanese train with? Who do they partner up with?
They have a very close relationship with the Canadian team, which is why you see Haruto and his Japanese, team here doing some training and some competitions in North America. They do have a very large development team in Japan and are hoping to build more World Cup Tour athletes over the next couple of years. But just good to see some good synergy between those two teams and helping each other develop and build the sport.
Emile Nadeau is up next, representing Canada, bib number 1. Full off of kicker number 4. Right now, the bubble is absolutely full of Canadians.
It is. We got 100% Canadian participation in the final right now. A few more American athletes at the end of the start list here to try and break into that and give us some representation. Emile Nadeau leading the NorAm Tour, leading your scoreboards right now, and just trying to get tuned up for that final round, which he'll be in, jumping for the Tour Championship.
Judges are ready for Emile. Emile is on course.
Wow. That was by far the nicest jump we've seen all day. Absolutely massive going off the jump. Probably breaking as much as 70 kilometers an hour, putting that jump down to his feet and sticking it. And he's going to go from first to firster after that one, which will be pretty impressive.
Nice job, Emile. You're watching the second qualifying jumps as part of the men's side of the FIS Freestyle NorAm Cup Finals. The final event for the men for the season. Overall awards will be announced this afternoon. And we still have a jump off of the top 6, all of which are Canadian right now.
Yep, so we have some heavy hitters from the U.S. team to go at the end of the round and hopefully going to break into that. But Emile Nadeau, I got to say again, just what a spectacular jump from him. You'll see he had by far the biggest amplitude we've seen today, coming into that third flip, stretching it down, making his body as long as possible, and then sticking that landing. I would say that that is going to have the lead by almost, I'd say, over 15 points, if not more. And yeah, he is certainly jumping well to take home that NorAm title.
Luis Grulot is up next, back lay off of kicker number 1. Judges are ready for you, Luis. Luis is on course.
Really solid back layout for Luis again. So 2 really nice jumps for the young Canadian, just starting to get going on the NorAm Tour, and great to see him jumping well in some tough conditions.
Bodin Napolitano is up next, bib number 17.
Repeat that, please.
Bodin's Flight plan, lay tuck off of kicker number 2. Judges are ready for Bowden. Bowden is on course.
Putting it down to his feet, a solid landing, and great to see from Bo. Having a little bit of a tougher jump on his first round jump, but just getting his first year of NorAm competitions, and also did his World Cup debut this year. A young jumper for Team USA, and anytime that you can put those landed jumps in the bank, that experience just grows and grows. So great to see from Bo.
Next up, Mia Fontaine representing Canada.
Double fold, kicker 3.
Another replication of the most difficult jump off of kicker number 3, a double fall, double fall.
Yeah, so those of you at the bottom, this is definitely one you want to tune in for. 4 twists and 2 flips. He'll be spinning pretty much the entire time he's in the air, and looking to just give himself a little bit of breathing room in that top 6. Currently ranked in 3rd, and just trying to climb it just a little bit more and maybe get into 2nd place.
Judges are ready for Mia. On course.
Doing a great job adjusting in the air, pulling his knees in tight while spinning 2 twists in that 2nd flip and putting it down on his feet. Not sure if that's going to overtake his first jump, but still in a very strong position to end up in that final round of 6.
Made it look so easy. That landing, when they stick the landing, it's like you almost forget the flippy twisty stuff that they've done in the middle.
Well, just trying to make it look easy, and definitely comes from a nice heritage of aerial skiing with his dad and coach, Nico Fontaine, helping his son get there and get onto the World Cup Tour, and, seen a lot of growth out of Mia over the last couple years.
Good genes. Riley Flanagan is up next, representing Australia.
Late tuck, kicker 2.
Riley will be doing a lay tuck off of kicker number 2.
7, including this one.
Judges are ready for Riley. On course.
And just going over the handlebars again, pretty, just needed a little bit more speed on that jump, but Riley's really showing his stuff these first year on North American Cup Tour. And one of the few developing young men from Australia, a very solid world champion, Olympic medal winning women's female team for the Australians, but nice to see an Australian man making his way through the ranks, and hopefully we'll see him on World Cup soon.
Fold, kicker 3.
Our next athlete, Elliot Beauregard from Canada. Full off of kicker number 3.
Current bubble score right now, still Victor Primo holding on with that 90.94 full double full done in the 2nd round, and right now it's good enough. We got a few jumpers as the competition goes on that want to improve from that first round score and find themselves in the final. 90.94 is the current bubble.
Judges are ready for Elliot. On course.
Really nicely done full there, double twisting, double backflip. First round score for Elliott was a 70.85, so that will definitely improve and help him climb the leaderboards. I think it'll be just not quite enough to get him into that final round, but really solid competition jump for Elliott.
Lay full, kicker 4.
Our next athlete representing Team USA and one with a chance to break into that top 6 is Ian Schoenwald with a lay full off of kicker number 4.
So double twisting, triple backflip, one of the few Americans we have hitting that triple today. And Ian has been just off for the last couple days, but he's jumping awesome. Would love to see him put down a solid jump and get himself into that final.
Judges are ready for Ian. Ian is on course.
Just having some trouble on the landing. Beautiful, straight, very well executed lay full. Ian's first year on the triple this year, so just going through some of those growing pains and having a little trouble on the landing there. But great to see him up there, pushing the degree of difficulty in a tough day, and unfortunately that won't be quite enough to get him into today's final.
Double full, kicker 4.
Next up, Lewis Irvin representing Canada. Double full off of kicker number 4.
2022 Olympic bronze medalist, multiple-time World Cup podium, and just trying to get tuned up for that World Cup finals in Kazakhstan, pushing the degree of difficulty. It's really great to see Lewis take the step up from doubles, and he's jumping with some of his younger teammates and guys that he's helped shepherd into the sport, and you know, he's pushing that DD to try and keep up with them and challenge Emil Nadeau for that top spot.
Judges are ready for Lewis. Lewis is on course.
And just having some trouble with the speed there. Lewis is a really tall guy, so this headwind is just eating him up a little bit. You know, got off the jump with some flip pace, but just when you're coming into the jump and you know you're slow and don't have quite enough speed, it can just be so difficult to put down that landing gear.
3 more jumpers left to go. Lay full is what we expect from Pierre-Olivier Cote, representing Canada. He is already into, not quite into, because we have 2 other guys to go, so might be bumped off, but Pierre will be looking to stay in that top 6. Lay full off of kicker number 4. Judges are ready for Pierre. Pierre is on course.
Really solid, lay full done by Pierre. And, you know, he had a nice jump in that first round doing the triple twisting, triple backflip. But that jump, I think, will improve his score and get him maybe even a little higher into the final round.
Our next athlete, Derek Kruger. Fall off of kicker number 4. Derek balked on his first jump due to wind or not feeling right, Chris?
Well, I think it was a mixture of just a heavy gust of wind and him knowing that his speed wasn't correct. Now, Derek's going to be trying to put down a solid triple twisting triple here and get America some representation into that final round. He's kind of our last hope here and hoping to see a solid jump, and he can do it. And then, you know, we'll see how much he pushes the degree of difficulty if he can make it into that final round.
Judges are ready for Derek. Derek is on course.
And had the speed, maybe just a little bit forward on the takeoff, and just a little bit of a pike down is going to make Derek slap back there, touches back to the snow. So unlikely he'll be representing into the final, and looks like we'll have an entire Canadian super final today, jumping for the win in the NorAm Tour.
One final jumper, Anthony Noel representing Canada. Full, double, full off of kicker number 3.
Current bubble score right now, 90.94 with a full double full by his teammate Victor Primo. Victor has been sitting on the bubble since he took his jump at the beginning of the round and is still holding there with one final competitor to go, and we'll have our top 6.
Judges are ready for Anthony. Anthony is on course.
And just having some trouble on the landing there. It looked like maybe just a little bit of a speed issue as well, and not going to be quite enough to get him into that final 6. So our top 6 for the men's final is set.
And jumping first will be Victor Primo. We go from not worst to first, but it's 6th place all the way up to 1st place. The best jumper, Emile Nadeau, or the best score jumper jumps last. That will be Emile Nadeau. Jumping second to last will be Alexandra Duchesne. Third to last, Mia Fontaine. Gabrielle Dion. Pierre-Olivier Cote will jump second. And Victor Primo will be our first jumper, who was our first jumper in every heat. Now, is there an advantage or a disadvantage to jumping first to having to wait all that time for finals?
I don't know that there's an advantage as a jumper to waiting, you know, because your muscles might get stiff or the weather or the wind could change. But there's definitely an advantage, you know, when it comes to the judges. The judges know who qualified in the qualification highest. And, you know, generally, you just might see a slightly higher score if you qualify in that top spot and can leave the judges with a good overall impression. So we'll see how things work out. Victor has played the bubble all day long today, and he finds himself in the final. So if he can put down a really solid jump, he can put the pressure on the rest of the competition and make some of his Canadian teammates earn their spot on the podium.
So no pressure on USA athletes. Unfortunately, no Americans represented in the super final, but well done, the Canadians. So if you're a Canadian, you've come down over the border to watch your athletes, it's all you in the final. So the Americans can go and hit the waffle stand.
Yeah, I guess so. Ashton Salwan coming in 7th place, just off the bubble, and he had a really phenomenal first round jump. So unfortunately, he won't be taking another one, but a solid competition for him today. And just the weather was tough out there today. Both Ian Schoenwald and Derek Kruger had some trouble putting those jumps to their feet, you know, due to that weather. And you know, we got a nice mixture of some really high technical degree of difficulty for the doubles, and then some very big and, you know, most difficult jumps you're going to see all day from Emile Nadeau and Alexander Duchesne, as well as Pierre Olivier on the triple.
You got a copy of that? Ed, can you print me a copy?
We want to jump back on schedule, so as soon as you guys are ready, let us know.
Jen,
Yep, I'll go to them.
can you print one?
Hold on a second, I have
Okay, our first jumper, Victor Primo. Double full fall off of kicker number 3 is Victor Primo's jump from Team Canada.
And looking to put the pressure on the Canadian athletes to go behind him by putting down a solid triple twisting double here. He's had some very nice ones this week, and hoping to have another one right here. It's an interesting mix because athletes on the double will be trying to really just have perfection to put the pressure on the athletes from the triple. It's anybody's game in this weather, so we're just going to have to see how it works out. Judges are ready.
So we've had 2 qualifying jumps in the top 6 are all Canadian. Victor Prumo will jump first, Pierre Cote second, Gabriel Dion third, Mia Fontaine fourth, Alexander Duchesne, yesterday's winner, will jump 5th, with Emile Nudo, who had a marvelous jump. It's a little flip-flop of yesterday's 1-2 is today's 2-1. Judges are ready for you, Victor. Victor is on course.
And able to put that jump down to his feet. Just a little bit of a forward takeoff there for Victor, mitigating some of the flip rotation he needed to keep that jump completely straight. But it is a landed jump, and in this weather might end up serving him well. So we'll see what the judges think of it. We'll give the scores as it comes in.
Pierre-Olivier Cote is up next.
So should be some interesting NorAm Cup implications on this final round now. Right now, the leader is Emile Nadeau with a 49-point lead over the field. So anything better than 4th place for Emile, and he will be our NorAm champion for the year. Guy challenging him right behind is Alexander Duchesne, the guy jumping just before him. So he will need a little bit of help from his teammates to secure that NorAm victory, but certainly a pressure-filled jump for both those athletes.
And we'll be waiting for our athletes to take the gondola up to the top and ski down around the back of the hill. There we go. Now we've got some athletes arriving for their final jump. Final jump of the season, Chris.
Final jump, not final jump of the season. A lot of these younger athletes will be heading to Junior World Championships in Italy in just about a month, so a little bit longer on their season. And then our World Cup athletes will be finishing up the year in Kazakhstan. We've got Pierre-Olivier up top. We don't want to rush him too much. Take your time as you're getting up to the top. Final jump of the North American Cup competition.
Judges are ready. Full, kicker 4.
We've got a score in for Victor Primo. 82.13 is our first score for the final round.
The judges are ready for Pierre.
Just waiting for a solid block of wind for Pierre to take his final jump. That flag is gusting right now.
On course.
Oh, man, so close to putting that jump down to his feet. He waited. The speed was as good as I've seen so far today. Just a small overcorrection pulling it down. So tough for these athletes to be jumping off the triple in this much wind and weather. And just about as close as you can get to putting that triple twisting triple down.
4 more athletes left to go. Gabrielle Dion is up next in this All-Canada Final 6. Double fall off of kicker number 3. So don't go anywhere. 4 more athletes left to go. And then the ladies will be going momentarily for their warm-up for their competition that begins at 1:15. But they'll be jumping from 12 until 1 with their qualification warm-up. Judges are ready. Double fall, kicker 3 for Gabrielle Dion. Gabrielle is on course.
And putting that double full down to his feet, 4 twists, 2 flips in some very gnarly weather, spinning the second 2 twists with his arms completely above his head to slow that flip down. And for a young jumper, he handled that very well. That should take over the top spot.
And Gabrielle didn't make it into the final 6 yesterday. So today, he could be looking at a medal.
Yeah, he could be looking at his first NorAm medal of the weekend, and we'll see what position. In this weather, it truly is anybody's game, and I think that'll put him into the first place position. Handled maybe what is a little bit too, didn't have quite enough speed to do the jump exactly the way he wanted to. Handled it very well by pushing his toes off the takeoff and making sure he set enough flip rotation to keep that jump straight.
But we have 3 pretty spectacular jumpers coming right now. Next up, Mia Fontaine will be doing a double fall, same jump off of kicker number 3.
Mia was a part of the Canadian Olympic bronze medal team from the 2022 Olympics and looking to show a very technical trip that Gabrielle Dion just performed and get himself onto the NorAm podium today.
Judges are ready for Mia.
There's one judge who I can hear is on a huge lag for some reason. I don't know where they are. They're in a bank or something. It's got to be Judge 4. I can hear the other judges. I can hear their stream, and
Mia is on course.
Absolutely massive double fold there. He tried to stretch it out in the middle and then also at the end before hitting, but then he just had to put down his back and butt and slap back, as we call it. So not going to overtake the top spot, but a beautiful looking jump. And we have a score in for Gabrielle Dion of an 88.53, putting him into first place position at the moment and putting a little pressure on these guys on the triple to finish the competition strong and put the jump down to their feet.
Our next athlete, yesterday's winner, Alexander Duchesne, representing Canada. Lay double full was the jump that he won with yesterday. He's going to repeat that jump today. Judges are ready for Alexander. Alexander is on course.
And getting that jump safely to his feet, having some trouble with the speed and on the takeoff there. If you saw right off the jump, he had to pull his knees in, and then before he got into that double twist, just keep working it and keep listening to his call to make sure he safely got to his feet. So happy that Alex is okay, and unfortunately will not be enough to put him into the top spot with one more athlete to go, Emile Nadeau.
Final jump of the men's competition. Emile Nadeau, double full from kicker number 4. He is way, way up there, Chris.
Yeah, so a lot of headwind, and this is the toughest trick we've seen all day, a quad twisting triple backflip, and he's going to need all this speed to adjust for the wind that is coming straight back into his face. He's had the most success with it so far today, qualifying first in the first round of qualifications, improving his score to an even higher gap in the second round of qualifications. Now it's one more jump for Emile to finish off the North American Cup season for the men.
Judges are ready for Emile Nadeau. Emile is on course.
And just not able to put that jump to his feet. Double full, beautiful in the air, wonderful takeoff. You heard his coach yell, stretch it down, and just, he tried to make his body as long as he possibly could, but just slipped through a really, really large jump, and he used every bit of that speed. So we're going to have to see where that puts him for the day. Current score to beat is Gabrielle Dion with an 88.53, so that is the top mark.
So just one more score left to come in before we let the women loose on the hill. There'll be some course prep, and then ladies will go into their qualification warm-up with 4 jumps. So plenty of fast fire jumping going on while the boys take a rest as we wait for the judges to give us Emile Nadeau's score.
It will be interesting to see what they do with Emile's jump. It was gorgeous in the air. It was the highest degree of difficulty we've seen. It was huge. Just had some trouble with the landing, and he just barely goes into first position with a 90.04, taking home the win and also taking home the win for the North American Cup Tour.
There you go. So Victor Prumeau, bronze. Gabriel Dion in his first NorAm season.
I do not believe it's his first NorAm season, but first podium of the Lake Placid weekend, and happy to see it for him. He put down some very tough double fulls in order to make it into the finals and then to get himself onto the podium today.
And Emile Nadeau steps up 1 spot from silver place into gold medal winning spot and an overall championship. We'll be doing awards at 4:30, I believe, after the women's competition. And the women are now on the hill, doing speed checks. Tell us about speed checks for a second, Chris.
So before the athletes will start doing their training jumps for the day, they'll talk to their coaches and figure out which speed they'd like to go into the jump. So for the double kicker, it's usually between 55 and 60 kilometers an hour. And for the triple kicker, usually between 65 and 70 kilometers an hour. And so, you know, they got to get that speed right, try and adjust it with the wind, and they're going to be going through that process as well as taking their training jumps before the qualification. So grab yourself a waffle and a coffee and stick around, and there'll be nonstop rapid-fire action for the next couple hours on the hill.
Thanks for coming out to the NorAm Lake Placid Freestyle Cup Finals. Day 2, final day of competition here in Lake Placid, and final event here in Lake Placid on this hill. The kickers will be broken down much like the weather tried to do for us on Wednesday. But Chip Draper and his boys, Pat and Manny, Evan Squared, Brad Preston, Chief of Phil, and Raymond have been doing a magnificent job on the hill. Really have done an excellent job. I've never seen a bad freestyle hill in Lake Placid. Have you?
No, these guys have so much experience running events like this since probably the early 90s, since freestyle skiing and aerials entered the Olympic Games. And, you know, there's no more experienced crew in the world, and they showed off for this event in some tough weather, making sure this site looks pristine.
Okay, so we'll take a little break from the announcers booth. My name's Stuart Hemsley. I'm your MC from across the sea with Olympic gold medalist from the mixed aerials competition in Beijing, Mr. Chris Lillis. Say hello to some mums and dads back home that may be watching.
Yeah, well, I got to say hi to my mom. She tuned in yesterday to hear my debut announcing, and, you know, she's probably tuning in today. And so, hi, Mom, if you're listening, and we'll catch you back when the women take the hill in just a few hours.
I'll say hello to Dad, too. Good afternoon and welcome to the Olympic Jumping Complex for the final competition of our 2 days of competition. My name's Stuart Hemsley, I'm your MC from across the sea. We're upstairs in the judges' tower where there are no judges. We are judging remotely. A whole bunch of technology in the building right now. We're talking to judges in Canada, Slovenia, and the US, and we'll do a little shout out for them. They're getting ready for our competition with the ladies that will start at 1:15. Right now, they're just undergoing their qualification warm-up jumps. We had the men's this morning, an all-Canada affair. Hope to see a few Americans in the final 6 jumps. So the ladies will get 2 qualification jumps. We'll take the best 6 scores from those jumps and put those 6 ladies against each other with a clean slate that will start after we've got those 2 qualification ones done. And what we're going to do is we'll move the podium out onto the in-run, or the outrun rather. That's the snow where the athletes are landing on. And we're going to do 4 sets of awards plus the overall awards. Thanks for coming out to this free event. There's nothing better than a free event. But if you want to spend some money and maybe you'd like to do a zip line, $45 will get you onto the zip line that follows the contours of the 120-meter jump, and you can fly like a ski jumper. And then, of course, you still need a waffle. Waffle with chocolate is the best. Is the best. Apparently, everybody in the building up here has said that the waffle with chocolate is best. You do need a credit card, so children, if you don't have a credit card, please take your parents with you when you go to buy either a pretzel or your waffle with chocolate. My assistant upstairs is more like my guru of freestyle aerials. Chris Lillis is joining me. He's up there already. He had his waffle and chocolate yesterday. I don't know what he had for lunch today, but he thoroughly recommends our waffle cabin for something to eat, so go check that out. But here's the stuff, I am the fluff, and we'll be calling the jumps that you'll see the ladies doing. Yesterday's competition was really, really exciting. The final 6 jumps, everybody landed, and it meant for some great competition. 2 Canadian podiums yesterday. Another Canadian clean sweep this morning with the men. We'll see if the American ladies can get in amongst the Canadians. Australia and Japan represented here in the final of the NorAm Freestyle Aerial events. But again, thanks for coming out and choosing your Saturday activity to be watching, for me, the most exciting of the winter sports. There aren't many not exciting winter sports. We've got World Cup bobsled and skeleton coming here in a couple of weeks. We've already had luge, we had ski jumping here just a couple of weeks ago. We're like 8,000 people here over the weekend. So all good stuff happening on Order's venues, Order being the Olympic Regional Development Authorities. We are what Port Authority is in New York, only we look after skiers, skaters, and bobsledders. So the venues have had an awful lot of money invested in them, and it means that we can look after the best athletes in the world with world-class support, wired for sound. I say, we've got no judges on site. We have technical delegates and chief of comp, chief of hill, everybody here that needs to get the job done, except for the judges. And the judges are watching on live feeds. They can replay the jump. And according to Chris Lillis, the scoring has been very, very good. So hopefully we'll get a good ladies competition. They are currently warming up. Time check right now of 12:55. Ladies competition starts in 20 minutes. Thanks for coming out to the Olympic Jumping Complex and the FIS NorAm Aerials. time check, 1:05. Competition set to start at 1:15.
Smaller group, and you know, a lot of them are just trying to get training. In World Cups, we just do it. I actually really like the way we do it on World Cup. It's just in run order, and it's 3 jumps, and makes it simple.
And that's what we did for the ladies here, by the way. We put it back in order.
Oh, they're going in order right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just makes that just makes it simple. You always know when you go. People aren't fighting over spots, or you know.
And the only reason we didn't do it at the beginning is yesterday we started, you know, because of all the circumstances of lack of training.
Well,
days.
yeah, and I think that, like, just with the guys, some going up to the triple, some not going up to the triple, it was just a little bit, like, it would have been a little bit confusing. We were all over the guys around us all over the place.
Just to help. Yeah. So you flying out of Montreal?
Yeah, so we'll drive up tomorrow afternoon, and Montreal to Turkey, 7-hour layover in Turkey, Turkey to Kazakhstan, get into Kazakhstan at 4:30 in the morning. It'll be a long travel.
We don't get to have the in Kazakhstan. There's trains and stuff places.
Oh, we'll go tool around in Almaty and in different places.
Is the competition in Almaty?
Yep.
Almaty's pretty darn cool.
It's a cool place, like really nice people. Food's pretty good, and there's some fun out of places I've been. It's definitely like it's up there. I like it in Kazakhstan.
There was a ski orienteering world championships in Kazakhstan years ago. That was like a 6-hour train ride out of Almaty. So it was long enough to get to Almaty and then like get on a crazy Kazakh train that went like.
Well, luckily we're in the city. We're like not quite in the city, but we're the mountains like
The
right
COVID
next to the
hotel.
city. What?
You're staying in the COVID hotel.
I'm staying in the COVID hotel. I get like PTSD from going back there. I got COVID there in 2021 and had to live in a hotel room for 2
You can
weeks.
see that the women's mogul team is highly stressed on the way to Kazakhstan. They're in Bangkok right now.
Oh, they look like they're having a pretty good time.
I think.
Their tour is a little bit more glorious than ours is, especially this year. But man, they've been killing it, especially the ladies team.
Yeah.
Whatever they're doing, they should keep doing it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I agree. You're coming too, dude.
But like that team, that whole team from top to bottom, especially on the ladies' side, they are crushing it.
Who's doing well on the horse side?
Well, Nick, like the 2 top guys are Nick Page and Cole, and they're doing all right. Nick Page had a few good results this year, but the ladies are like literally dominant. Like several podiums from different athletes. Like there's like multiple athletes that have like 6 or 7 podiums.
If you're not a World Cup podium holder, you don't make the team.
Yeah. So
Wow.
they're kicking their boys' ass a little bit, but like the boys are not terrible. But they're
Dylan
just not.
Marcellini podium, right?
Yeah, he did in
Deer
Deer Valley.
That was pretty cool.
I did not see that one coming.
Me neither. Not that he's not worthy of it, but I just didn't see the.
I know I didn't see that one coming, but it was Champions skied interestingly this year. It was a little rainy, a little bit a little different out there. But honestly, I expected to see more crashes, and this course skied pretty nicely for them this year out there.
I agree. But last year we had so many crashes on the guy's side. Part of that was the lighting.
So they fixed that up a little bit.
A little, and also a little act of God where it wasn't so bad this year. I did my World Cup tour of House and Home.
Can I call you back on the way home from the ski
Deer
jumps?
Valley. Now I'm back on the work schedule.
Well, I was
Alright.
surprised that
I'll see
water
you,
billing
brother.
that happened this year with how little snow they had leading up into the event. They did a great job of making that event happen.
I'm a little concerned about nationals. But yeah,
Yeah, well,
They're
it
a
has
decent
not.
job.
It hasn't been a good winter anywhere. West Coast apparently they're getting nailed lately. Yeah.
Well, we may try to make a strong case here, by the way, to be here next year with you guys.
Yeah, we're planning on it and hoping for it. So if everything stays on track,
Matt was taking pictures to send them to Andrea.
I mean,
yesterday.
the site is no question, and the ability to put like a nice event on it's one of the best sites in the world.
But he's got to say yes.
Let's say yes.
And Lake Placid has to say yes. So.
Well, Lake Placid has to say yes, but I guarantee you Andrea will say yes.
Yeah.
We just this is.
Ordo wants it.
We're just making sure. You know?
But yeah, I hope Orta wants it, you know, and we want to come back for sure. I mean, we missed this event.
Well, it was funny. I was writing the TD report, and the first comment that I had is all about Florida and facilities, well staffed with people that know their jobs.
And know how to do. I mean, this site, like, if we were at a different place, like, there's no way they would, like, the jumps would have been put together this nice with all this rain and whatever. But like,
how about in 50-mile-an-hour winds when driving rain, and these, you know, Guy and I are having dinner saying, there's no way they're out on the course.
and these jumps, everything looks great. So
That's a new one. I mean, put forms up in that wind. I'm like, wow.
and they know how to do it.
Yeah. Okay, we'll keep the rain away.
Yeah, hopefully we can rifle through these ladies. And
Yeah. Duels. Oh, that's right. Duels.
well, we can try and
Best
do
of
our
luck, Chris.
we can try and do it aerials. Yeah, if I don't see it, thanks a lot.
Where's Jen? Where's Jen?
You didn't get a lunch? No. Maybe someone the first person on the other side. I went around with Brandy for a bit and nothing, so she called one and took it out. I was like, okay. The kid who's bringing it in, I have his computer next to it. I told him he's not getting it back until lunch. Yeah.
Where is
So we are essentially 3 minutes from starting. Yep. Missing a few people. It's quiet.
What's Jen's last name? Long? Yep.
Okay, just checking here before we start here. Did anybody see we have 10? Allison, Don, ready to judge for this next round? Great. Jim Law?
You got her ready up? See where she is.
She's probably working on that copy, working off the schedule. Okay, we're about 3 minutes from starting here.
Lucky we didn't pull that fast.
We got all the judges, Ed?
I don't think we're quite there yet, but
Say it's a lot better announcers down there now. I was standing right in front of it when you did its mic test. Oh, could you hear it on the phone? Yeah.
You all set, huh?
It's so easy, like if they just give us feedback during like.
just a few minutes away from the start of our competition here. Women are finishing up their training. My name's Chris Lillis, announcing with Stuart Emsley, the MC from across the sea.
I've heard a Lillis boy say that so many times. It's it's a pleasure to live here in town and have people like you go off to Olympic Games, come back with gold medals, and then we get to sit and hang out like when you were. When did you first start jumping in the pool?
I probably did my first jumps into the pool when I was 9 years old.
And
Man.
all right, we're going to start that again because, Chris, this is your first announcing weekend. You need to turn your microphone on. Just busting on you, fella.
All right, so
again.
we're just
Go on.
finishing up our last few jumps of female training before we start the competition. My name's Chris Lillis, here with Stuart Emsley, the MC from across the sea. I'm going to run it back, and happy to be here in Lake Placid with the final North American Cup competition of the season for the ladies here.
And you are a Pittsford boy, for those of you from New York. Pittsford is Chris's hometown, but he's pretty much a world traveler. Where have you been this year?
Well, this year's been a little bit of a lighter year for myself. We've been to Ruka, Finland, and Changchun, China. Then came back for Deer Valley, did a World Cup in Canada, and then did training for the last 3 weeks here in Lake Placid before we head off for our World Cup finals competition in Kazakhstan.
How'd your season go?
It's been an up and down year for me. Had a solid start to the season with some top 6 finishes and had a podium in China. Had a rough competition weekend in Canada before getting some training in and hoping to finish off strong in Kazakhstan.
And you've been here a number of weeks.
Yep, last 3 weeks living in the Olympic Training Center just down the road, and it's been great to be back in Lake Placid. We haven't had events here since 2019, so to be back in Lake Placid and getting ready for hopefully future World Cup and North American Cup events where we're getting back here, it feels like me returning home after a long time away.
It was 2019, our last World Cup here.
It was, yeah. I was, so that's 5 years ago since our last World Cup here, so that puts me 25 now, and excited to get back to Lake Placid on a regular basis and do some competitions.
And yesterday you told the crowd how much longer your freestyle aerial career could last. Tell us again.
Well, hoping to jump at least through this Olympics, and then I'd like to do one more after that. You never know in action, extreme sports. Every year that we jump healthy is a blessing, but definitely see more years myself. So this is kind of just my debut announcing, but more likely just a one-off. I'm much more used to being out on the hill competing.
But you've also been judging. We've been joking. Your judging technique and estimates have been absolutely 100% on yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I call it as I see it. I've had a lifetime in this sport and like to think I know a thing or two. I got my own judges, and I am not a professional, so these judges will be deciding the winner of today's competition. I'll be trying to give some insight into what I'm seeing, and all these girls had a really solid day of competition yesterday. We've got the girls going to try and decide the North American Cup champion today, so a lot of implications on the line for both Team Canada and Team USA, as the winner of the North American Cup gets a spot on the World Cup Tour to every event next season. So these ladies will definitely be pushing for it.
Wow. That is new. That's why I love having someone who knows the sport no better than a gold medalist from the mixed event in Beijing. Just being an Olympian was a goal of yours, and that winning a gold medal in your first Olympics, where does that? I mean, that's just unfathomable.
Well, it's kind of icing on the cake, and the mixed team aerials events, it's a unique opportunity to, jump as a team. So it was a mixed gender team. I was lucky enough to jump with 2 incredible teammates, Justin Schoenfeld and Ashley Caldwell, and we knew we had the capability to do it. We had the degree of difficulty. So anytime that you're able to go to the Olympics and compete at a high level for your country is, it's really a pleasure, and it was a dream come true for me.
Okay, so there's a dream of many of these young ladies that are jumping this afternoon to go to an Olympics, but we need them to the top of the hill, ladies. So if you are not anywhere near the start, you need to start making your way to the start of the hill, because we need to get underway. Welcome, crowd, to this free event. We love free here in Lake Placid, and it's Freestyle Aerials NorAm Cup, the final event of a 4-event schedule. 2 events yesterday, 1 this morning with the boys, where the Canadians ruled the roost. This afternoon, we're hoping to have a few American women amongst the Canadians.
Yeah, it should be an action-packed event. We've got a few girls who are kind of fighting for that top spot on the tour rankings. This is the last day to it's moving day, as they say. So Tasia Tanner from the U.S. has a good chance. Alexandra Montemini, as well as Kira Dosa, are some of those top names, as well as potentially Charlie Fontaine, trying to make their way onto the top of the tour rankings and get that spot on World Cup next season.
And we have Olympian ladies in the field today.
Well, I'm not sure. Do we have any Olympians? So Marianne Thaneau, who jumped in yesterday, is not in today's event. Jumping. So we are a little light on our Olympian quota in the female event, but I guarantee you that you're watching future Olympians in today's event. All of us, whether you're at the back end of your career and have been competing for decades on World Cup Tour, or whether you're just getting started out, go through the process of competing on the North American Cup Tour and competing in Lake Placid, namely. And so we're going to get this competition underway in just a few moments.
Back leg.
Okay, our first athlete is Alicia Houdon from Canada, bib number 10. She's going to be coming off of kicker number 1 with a back layout. On course.
And a wonderful back layout to get the competition started from Alicia. Very lofty jump, quite a bit of speed. You see at the beginning of the jump, she had her arms up above her head, stretching it out, putting it right to her feet. And that's going to be a really solid score to get things started, especially in this weather. Some of the girls on the single really looking for high execution, and the girls on the double kicker pulling, twisting double backflips are going to be a little more risk reward with this weather, you know. Should be some lands and some crashes, but solid scores from the girls on the single will certainly help potentially get them into that final round of 6.
What was that, Jen?
Lay full. Kicker 2.
Our next athlete is a colleague of yours, Chris Tasia Tanner, representing Team USA, bib number 2 off kicker number 2 with lay full. Judges are ready for Tasia. On course.
And just fighting for that landing there. I'm not sure if she may have put a finger down, which will hurt the score a little bit, but having a relatively solid jump for our first lady off the double. And as I was saying earlier, Tasia Tanner, member of the U.S. ski team, hoping to get onto that top spot in the North American Cup Tour. So this qualification process is the first step. And she had a pretty good jump. We'll see. She'll be looking to improve on it a little bit in round number 2, a little bend in the knees, a little bit soft on the takeoff, and potentially putting a hand down. So we'll see what the judges do with it.
You got a jump, Jen?
Back full. Kicker 1.
Our next jump, while we're waiting for scores to come through, is from Team Japan, Ruma Igarashi, whose brother jumped this morning.
Yeah, her brother had a very nice competition this morning, put down some triple and double twisting, double backflips, and Runa will be looking to build her confidence, finishing up the season here for Team Japan, put some jumps to her feet.
The judges are ready for Runa. And Runa is on course.
And putting that twisting backflip down to her feet for Team Japan. Had a little trouble with that trick yesterday in round 1 of the competition, so great to see Runa put that to her feet. And a slightly higher degree of difficulty than Alicia's, so we'll see what the judges do with it in a raw score. Kept the body line mostly straight and an excellent landing.
Lay tuck, kicker 3.
Our next athlete, Alexandra Montemini, will be jumping for Team Canada, bib number 3 off of kicker number 3 with a lay tuck. Judges are ready for Alexandra. Alexandra is on course.
And having some trouble on the landing there, just missing the takeoff a little bit and pulling it through and not getting out in time for Alexandra. We got some scores in. Tasia Tanner going into first place with a 62.06. Alicia Hudon with a very nice score on a back layout of 56.78, just a few points off of perfect. And Runa Igarashi in third with a 55.43.
Our next athlete, also representing Canada, Kyla Rathwell, bib number 14, will be coming off of kicker number 1 with a back layout. Judges are ready for Kyla Rathwell. Kyla is on course.
Wonderful jump there from Kyler. Another big, lofty back layout, putting it down to her feet. I'm not sure if that will jump in front of Alicia, but these are great opportunities to compare those two jumps together for the crowd down at the bottom and those watching at home. Very nice layouts with excellent landings. Just a slight splay of the feet for Kyler, but a very solid jump, and she's been jumping well all weekend long.
And thanks again, the crowd from Canada turning up with their signs. Our next athlete, Elodie Caron from Canada. Same jump, same kicker. Kicker number 1, back lay. Judges are ready for Elodie. Elodie is on course.
And another landed back layout there. These Canadian girls who have been on the development tour together, their teammates, they train and develop together. And so they're having a little back layout competition in the beginning of round 1 of competition. Score in for Kyler Rathwell, 52.27, currently putting her into 4th position.
Our next athlete, Victoria Cote, representing Team Canada, with a back fall off of kicker number 1.
Yeah, I went to sophomore. Just transferring from like community college to the U this summer.
Judges are ready for Victoria. On course.
A really well done back full there, and really enjoyed her body line there, keeping it completely straight all the way through the jump. Pretty good speed, nice air, nice form, and an excellent landing there. I would not be surprised if that took the lead for today's singles.
Back lane, kicker 1.
Our next athlete, Mariana Perkins, representing Team Australia, bib number 12. Back lay off of kicker number 1. Judges are ready for Mariana.
Judges are ready.
On course.
Very nicely executed back layout from Mariana Perkins, one of the young Australians competing on the NorAm Tour, just kind of earning her stripes before hopefully joining some of the great Australian women we have on World Cup Tour. Arms up till midnight. Came to a nice tee, dropped the chest just a little bit on landing, but overall, very nicely performed jump.
Same jump.
A little competition within a competition. Another back lay for our next athlete, Isa Frederique Laurin, bib number 15, representing Canada.
Score in for Victoria Cote, 58.42, taking the lead from the ladies on the single kicker and jumping her way into second place.
Judges are ready for Isa. On course.
Another nice layout there from the young Canadian squad, having a nice competition on the single. Little bit of a knee bend coming into the hill, but overall a nice landing, keeping that body line straight as long as she possibly could before adjusting to the snow.
Our next athlete represents Team USA. Kira Dossa, bib number 4, is up next. Lay tuck off of kicker number 2.
This is one of those young ladies hoping to climb the leaderboards and make it to the top of the North American Cup Tour. Needs to start out with a nice lay tuck here. No twist, straight over, double backflip.
Judges are ready for Kira. Kira is on course.
And using those muscles, putting that jump to her feet. Looked like she was going by, but put her arms right above her head as she kicked out of that second backflip and was able to hold on for the landing. That was well done and might jump her way into the first position of the day.
Our next athlete, Rosalie Gagnon from Team Canada, bib number 7, will be coming off of kicker number 3 with a lay tuck. Judges are ready for Rosalie Gagnon. On course.
And putting it down to her feet, one of the nicest jumps we've seen so far today. Great lay tuck, and that is going to be our new leader. Very well done. Score in for Kira Dosa, 62-66, taking over the lead from Tasia Tanner.
Back full one.
Our next athlete, Kate McEnany from Team USA, bib number 18, will be coming off of kicker number 1 with a back fall.
I don't think anybody'd take my other S out of it.
So what did you prefer out of that jump to that one?
The landing was better. It was better form. I mean, it would be fairly confident. I would say I put her 67 or 68 in the range, so I think she's going to clear by a few points.
Judges are ready for Kate McEnany. Kate is on course.
Very nicely performed, back full for Kate. You know, she was on the double yesterday, getting some experience on her double flips, lay tuck and lay. Now going down to the single, practicing some twisting maneuvers, and that's a lot of what the NorAm Tour is about: is developing these young athletes, getting them ready to move on to bigger and better tricks as their seasons go on. So great jump for Kate there. We have a new leader, Rosalie Gagnon, with a 69.68 on that back lay tuck.
Our next athlete, Karina Elliott, representing Team USA, bib number 20. She'll be coming off of kicker number 2 with a full. Judges are ready for Karina. On course.
Stretch. And putting that massive full down to her feet. Karina was a first-time World Cup victory in Canada just a few weeks ago, and showing you why right there, putting down a great jump. She's been jumping great in Lake Placid for the last 3 weeks, and I do believe that will be our new leader of the day.
With a point score? A point score of?
74.5. That would be my guess, but I honestly don't know. I didn't quite see the outrun. Had a little bit of trouble on the landing, but very beautiful jump, stretching it down, keeping the body line very nice throughout the entire flip.
Okay, we'll look out for that. Next up, 2 athletes left to go representing Canada. The first one, Charlie Fontaine. Lay tuck off of kicker number 3 for Charlie. Judges are ready for Charlie. Charlie is on course.
Putting it down to her feet. Absolutely spectacular lay tuck from Charlie Fontaine right there. Wonderful landing. I'd say maybe the best landing we've seen all day from the ladies, and that will definitely put her into today's top 6. New score in for Karina Elliott, 80.95, taking over that top spot.
1 athlete left to go representing Team USA, Megan Smallhouse. Fall off of kicker number 2.
Megan was this year's U.S. national champion, also jumped her way onto the podium yesterday with a wonderful full, just barely beaten out by Marianne Thaneau, and looking to have another solid competition before we head to World Cup finals in Kazakhstan next week.
Judges are ready for Megan. On course.
And what a wonderful full that was, just having a little bit of trouble skiing it out, but overall a really nice jump, and she'll be looking for round 2 to put a jump to her feet and get herself into the top 6. Just barely missed it on that one.
Okay, that all went very smoothly. A lot of good landings, a lot of great jumps, 15 athletes down. They'll all get one more jump, and then what are we looking for, Chris?
It's a best of 2 rounds, so each jump that you just saw in the first round will carry over into the second round. These girls will be, if you're outside the top 6, basically the name of the game is to get inside the top 6, and we did see a lot of landed jumps. These girls handled that weather wonderfully.
Yep, that wind seems to have died down just a little bit than it did this morning, with the girls not having too long a holds on the hill. So we'll be getting back underway with Alicia Houdon. We'll be back for a different jump this time. She did a back layout in the first. She can't repeat that jump. She can repeat it should she make the top 6. She's going to be doing a back full off of kicker number 1. Alicia Houdon, representing Canada.
Score in for Megan Smallhouse, 76.23. Jumping into second position at the moment. Score for Charlie Fontaine, 71.06 in third place. So our top 6 for the ladies right now will be Corinna Elliott taking the first position with 80.95. Megan Smallhouse of the USA, 76.23. Charlie Fontaine, 71.50, and we are ready for round number 2.
Judges are ready for Alicia. On course.
Putting that back full down to her feet, stretching it down, and landing that twisting backflip. So 2 solid jumps out of Alicia today. She's got to be proud of that.
Tasia Tanner is up next. Team USA, bib number 2. Off of kicker 2 with a Lele. Love this jump.
One of the more visually appealing jumps. We have 2 straight over backflips, trying to keep it straight the whole time, and she is our current bubble score of 62.06. So hoping to put down a slightly better jump, give herself some breathing room to get into that final.
Judges are ready for you, Tasia. On course.
putting down a spectacular lay. Really nice. Definitely going to improve off that first round jump. Straight in both flips. Really nice landing and going to be securing her spot into that final 6. So really well done from Tasia to step up there, get herself off the bubble and into that final.
Excuse me. Lay kicker 1.
Next up is Runa Igarisha from Japan. Bib number 13, coming off of kicker number 1 with a back lay. Judges are ready for Runa. On course.
Really nice jump from Runa there, just pulling her feet in just before hitting the hill. And we'll be keeping that first round score of that back full. One of the better jumps we've seen from her this weekend in the first round, and she'll be riding that score for the rest of the competition.
Back lay kicker 3.
Next up, Alexander Montmini from Canada with a lay off of kicker number 3, bib number 3.
Another beautiful lay coming up and a huge jump for Miss Montemini, trying to make it into that final. Needs to improve on her score from the first round in order to make it in. Current bubble score is Kira Dasa, her lay tuck at 62.66.
Judges are ready for Alexandra. On course.
And keeps her NorAm Tour title hopes alive with a beautiful lay. Definitely going to be an improvement. Should definitely put her into the top 6 and back to that landing form that we saw in yesterday's competition where she stuck all 3 of her jumps. Just one mistake in the first round today, but completely redeems herself in round number 2.
Back plank kicker 1.
Next up, representing Canada, Kyla Rathwell, bib number 14, coming off of kicker number 1 with a back pike. Judges are ready for Kyla. On course.
Really nicely done back pike. If you see her as she leaves the jump, she pulls her feet right up to her hands for a piked position, kicks out of it, put it right to her feet. Really excellent landing, very little compression.
Nice job, Kyla. And next up, Elodie Caron, bib 11. So a competition within a competition. Elodie repeating Kyla's jump, a back pike of kicker number 1.
Just try scoring another race at the same time.
Score in for Alexandra Montemini, 66.78, putting her as the new bubble in 6th position.
Judges are ready for Elodie. On course.
Another excellent back pike, and it will be up to the judges which one of those they liked better. Really fun to compare two jumps, very similar, by two Canadian women on the same team, and go back to back and see which back pike comes out on top.
Next up, Victoria Cote representing Team Canada, bib number 16. Her jump will be a back lay off of kicker number 1.
ENS for bib 20 and 19. Copy, thank you.
Judges are ready for Victoria. On course.
After a wonderful back full in the first round, backing it up with a beautiful back layout in the second round, 2 very solid jumps for the young Canadian.
Same jump.
You already done a back lay. Next up, representing Australia, Mariana Perkins, bib number 12, with a back lay.
You want to manage a golf or tennis tournament on your person? I can organize and run the hell out of those. Please.
Judges are ready for Mariana.
Oh, just sorry. Judges are ready.
On course.
Beautiful back layout there, arms up till midnight, arms coming to T in the middle, and just showing a nice control and form there on that back layout.
Back pike, kicker 1.
Our next athlete representing Canada, Issa Frederic Laurin, bib number 15, with a back pike off of kicker number 1. Judges are ready for Issa. Judges are ready. Issa is on course.
Very nice back pike. Nice coming off the jump. Nice quick pike position, kicking out strong and confidently putting it to her feet. Very little compression. Very well done.
Our next athlete representing Team USA, Kira Dosa. Bib number 4, coming off of kicker number 2 with a lay-lay.
Very big jump for Kira here. Was on the bubble for most of the competition. Currently sitting in 7th place. Needs to improve on her first round score in order to get into the top 6. Current bubble score is a 66.78 by Alexander Montemini.
Judges are ready for Kira. On course.
Boom! Amazing lay under pressure for Kira Dosa. Needed it, needed to have it, and I think she got it. Really nice form, sticking the landing, and we'll see if that can move her back into those top 6. Currently sitting in 7th, needing to beat the score of the lay by Alexander Montemini, 66.78.
Rosalie Gagnon up next, representing Team Canada. Lay, kicker 3, bib number 7. Judges are ready for Rosalie. On course.
And having just a little bit of trouble on the landing there, coming from the takeoff, just a little bit of what we call a buckle. That's when you bend your knees right off the jump. Getting it to her feet, though, staying safe, and she is in our top 6, so we'll be able to see her again in the finals. Kira Dosa with a score of 68.37, our new bubble score, and these girls have been hopscotching around that bubble all day, currently sitting in 6th with just a few more competitors left to go.
Our next athlete, Kate McEnany from Team USA, bib number 18, will be coming off of kicker number 1 with a back lay.
See, now I could be ice fishing right now with my brother-in-law and Matthew, but I thought it was really good.
Ice is getting thinner by the second too.
It is. Yeah, they're doing the Hobie Classic.
At least Colby fast.
Yeah. Somebody said it's 11 inches though.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Might be a little slushy on top. So our next jumper is Charlie Fontaine, right? Do we have a jump code for her yet?
Kate McEnany right now.
Catherine McNamara, back leg.
Sorry, the next one after that is
Is Karina.
Judges are ready.
No, Karina is,
Yeah, I did the wrong one. Yeah, okay.
okay.
You're ready.
Judges are ready for Kate.
The one after this is going to be yes, right?
Yes, but 20 is at the end, that's Karina.
And 19.
And 19.
I'll pat myself by one.
I know.
Definitely.
We're going way too fast, we can't keep up with ourselves.
What happened? Did your judge get better internet all of a sudden? It seems like it. I don't know if there was a
Went into
conversation
his
during
own-
the break that
Yeah.
I didn't hear. I'm like, "Get your ass together."
I think he could feel the B-word coming on. I think you should do it on the last shot.
On course.
Really nice back layout there by Kate after a awesome back full in round 1. So 2 landed jumps for Kate, and that's not a bad way to end off your NorAm season. So great competition for her.
Lay kicker 3.
Okay, Karina Elliott has decided not to take her second jump, so we move on to Charlie Fontaine, representing Team Canada. Lay off of kicker number 3. Charlie is already in to our final 6.
You had to say it's not Judge Flores stuff.
Judges are ready for Charlie Fontaine. Lay, kicker 3. On course.
And putting it down to her feet, just not setting quite enough flip rotation to keep both of those flips straight, but another landed jump for Charlie Fontaine, who's already firmly secured in the final. So our top 6 competitors are set, and it should be an exciting final round of competition. 6th place, Kira Dosa. 5th place, Rosalie Gagnon. 4th place, Tasia Tanner. 3rd place, Charlie Fontaine. 2nd place, Team USA's Megan Smallhouse. And 1st place, Karina Elliott. So this will be our final 6, and a lot of NorAm Cup title implications on the line for this final round.
Thanks for coming out to the FIS Freestyle Ski NorAm Cup. Final 6 jumpers jump in for medals and overalls. We have athletes competing for overalls, Chris?
Yes, so I can kind of try and give a brief overview of where we're at in the NorAm title. A few of our athletes that are in the running are not in today. So the athletes that are competing for that overall out of our final 6 are Tasia Tanner and Kira Dosa, as well as an off chance by Charlie Fontaine. And Karenna Elliott and Megan Smallhouse are playing the role of the spoiler. They are here in today's competition, but did not compete in the entirety of the tour because of World Cup and training here in Lake Placid. So they're playing spoiler today. They could help or hurt their teammates or Canadian counterparts' chances of getting the overall title. So should be very interesting, and I'll try and give you the updates as best I can.
And we'll be jumping in reverse order. So Kira Dosa will jump first. Rosalie Gagnon will jump second. Tasia Tanner will jump third. Charlie Fontaine, fourth. Megan Smallhouse, fifth. And our final jump will be Karenna Elliott from Team USA. Few people to thank while we're getting the athletes back up to the start, the final 6 jumps. Our judges, remote, Helena Carpenter, Dana Licorice, Dejan Ladig, Daniel Murphy, and Jocelyn Volpe. Thank you very much for your efforts and energy wherever you are in the world. We've been receiving your judging, and it totally agrees with Chris Lillis, who's sitting next to me. And he knows something about this sport. Head judge Chuck Search. Thanks to Guy Andre, our technical delegate, chief of comp Chip Draper, and all of his boys, Pat and Manny, Evan Bliss and Evan Greenberg, Brad Preston, chief of Hill, and Raymond. Thank you for your help. And thanks to you, the crowd, and thanks to all those Canadian fans who came down to watch. Yes, there you are. We've got you all fenced off. Make sure you come down and watch the future athletes next year. Maybe a World Cup, Chris.
I hope so. You know, the Team USA has enjoyed so much training here in Lake Placid. The crew, the staff, the event, and just everybody putting this on is done a phenomenal job, and we hope to get back here for many more competitions in the future. We are ready for Kira Dosa whenever she makes her way to the top for the final jump.
Okay, so we've got a couple of seconds because bib number 4, who's jumping in our final, is just getting on the gondola. And if you want to take a gondola, it's going to cost you a little bit more money to go up to see the top of the ski jumps, unsurpassable views from the top of that 120-meter tower, elevator ride to the top, and you'll get a ski jumper's view from the top of there. This event has been brought to you free of charge by the Olympic Regional Development Authority. Thanks for coming. There's nothing better than free freestyle aerials. So when you get a chance to come here, I'm not sure if we're going to be charging during the summer to watch the pool action, but we do jump year-round here into the pool with the young kids. Development program right now based in Park City, but potential to have an East Coast development program.
Well, we've had it in the past and have spent a few years away from Lake Placid, but Lake Placid has been bringing us back, and they've been excited to have us, and I hope that, you know, that relationship just only continues to expand as time goes on. It was a pleasure of my career to do my development years here in Lake Placid, living here between when I was 13 and when I was 17, and spending almost every summer of my life from when I was 6 years old on here in Lake Placid and enjoying everything. So it's good to be back. It's like a home away from home, and hope this is the first of many trips.
Now, we are YouTubing live, but there's also some former coaches of yours that are here. Dimitri is here. You want to make a shout out to some of your coaches that have helped you to get where you are?
Well, unfortunately, or fortunately, most of the coaches that I worked with in my development years, big shout out to Matt DePeters up top. He was my development coach here in Lake Placid on the Elite Aerial Development Program just under 10 years ago. So huge shout out to him. Also, just all the coaches, Vlad Lebedev, Stanislav, just trying to bring us back to Lake Placid. And shout out to Joe Davies if he's watching in on the YouTube program as well. Yeah, Lake Placid's just got a huge history of freestyle aerial skiing, and we're just hoping to build that back up. And I think this event is the start of that for sure.
Was Bergie one of your coaches?
He was Eric Burgist. He's retired in Montana. I wonder if he's tuning in today, but
Or fishing?
or fishing or taking some time. But he was one of our development coaches. I'd say every coach on the hill has connection to here in Lake Placid, as well as many watching from home. So it's just a very special place in freestyle aerial skiing history.
And I have absolutely no background in freestyle aerials. I'm a real football player, a real football coach, but I was very lucky to introduce you and maybe, I would say, about a dozen people that are here either still jumping or coaching into that 750,000-gallon tank of water over there.
Yeah, you've been saying you have no background in aerial skiing, but you've been announcing events about as long as I've been doing them, Stuart. So definitely have a history of watching us jump and, have announced Wet and Wild Wednesday shows in the summer, as well as World Cups and different high-level events here in Lake Placid. So I would say that you've got some background and you know what you're looking at.
The accent gets me away with a lot, to be honest with you. No, it's Eddie the Eagle jumped here. My mum and dad met him. I never did, but he may have put a smile on a lot of people's faces for the sport of ski jumping. But we have our own ski jumpers here that are currently now on World Cup tour. Tate Franz being one, local Lake Placid kid, played soccer for me at the high school. So the crossover between what were your other sports aside from freestyle?
Well, I grew up, I was always a big baseball fan, grew up playing baseball, and then as I started acrobatic skiing and freestyle skiing, did some diving for crossover training and things like that. And it looks like we have our competitor up top, so enough yammering on about me, and we'll get the super final competition underway in just a minute here.
Our first athlete is going to be Kira Dossa, representing Team USA. Okay, Kira Dossa, bib number 4, Team USA. Kira Dossa is going to be doing a lay off of kicker 2. Judges are ready for Kira Dossa. On course.
And putting it down to her feet, a little bit of a form break as she went through that second flip, just adjusting for the hill there, but putting the pressure on for the rest of the field. Landed jumps certainly play, especially in bad weather, so great competition for Kira, and we're just going to have to see where that ends her up.
Our next jump, Rosalie Gagnon, representing Team Canada. will be doing a lay tuck off of kicker number 3. Judges are ready for Rosalie Gagnon. Why is someone screaming at the start? On course.
And an excellent lay tuck for Rosalie there, keeping that momentum that she's had going for the competition all day long and sticking that jump. That will definitely land her in the first position. Score in for Kira Dosa, 57.50. And I think that will be overtaken by Rosalie with such a spectacular landing. Great lay-in, keeping it straight all the way through. Quick tuck and putting it to her feet.
Our next athlete represents Team USA, Tasia Tanner, bib number 2. Will be coming in with a lay full. Degree of difficulty a little bit more difficult than the last jump.
Yep, some of these U.S. national team girls are going to be throwing some higher degree of difficulty. Tasia will have a twisting double, as well as Corinna Elliott and Megan Smallhouse. This is a huge jump for Tasia, as she has a very good chance with the land to put that down and get to the top of the NorAm Tour podium. So stay tuned, and let's see if she can pull it off.
Judges are ready for Tasia Tanner. On course.
Booyah. That's definitely going to put her into the lead. A spectacular lay full, straight body line all the way through, an excellent landing. And I think that's going to get it done for her to take home that NorAm Tour Championship.
Just seemed to have so much time to do that. They didn't look rushed. Great landing.
Stas did a great job with the speed there. Her coach yelling the call for her, but Matt DePeters and Stas getting the speed dialed in the wind, helping her put it to her feet. And, you know, that's what it's all about, especially on a high-pressure, high-level jump like that. So put herself in a great position for the competition today and for the NorAm Tour on the whole.
Our next athlete representing Team Canada, Charlie Fontaine, lay tuck off of kicker number 3. And the Canadian crowd go wild. Judges are ready for Charlie. On course.
Just a little bit of trouble on the landing there from Charlie. Really well executed lay tuck. Nice lay in, keeping the body straight. Quick tuck coming into the hill and just overpulled it just a little bit, and those skis squeaked through. So not the jump she was looking for, but overall a very solid weekend of competition from Charlie. Score in for Tasia Tanner, first place, 78.88, and putting the pressure on her U.S. national team teammates for the last couple jumps of the day.
Our next athlete, Corinna Elliott, bib number 20. She'll be coming off of kicker number 2 with a full. Judges are ready for Corinna. On course.
Great jump there from Megan Smallhouse, taking down the full and sticking the landing there. And Megan had a really nice jump in the first round, taking it, again, U.S. national champion from this year. I think we had a little bit of a mix-up in the announcing of the names, but that was Megan Smallhouse for Team USA. Really nice full, and I think that'll put her into the top spot with only one more athlete left to go. Well, that was the order from the qualification round. I'm not sure where it got messed up because Megan qualified in second.
This is the order the software put it into, so I don't know. I don't touch it. I just click the button. It's okay. We'll just.
I didn't do it.
I'll figure it out.
Little software glitch.
I have no idea how it does that. I just click the button.
You sure you didn't want to meet the guy that made that software?
I may.
And finally, the computer has taken over the judges' tower. That was Megan Smallhouse, bib number 19. Corinna Elliott is about to jump right now. But right now, we're sitting in first place, Megan Smallhouse. Second place, Tasia Tanner. Rosalie Gagnon in third. One athlete left to go, and the judges are ready. Our final athlete is on course.
Putting down another spectacular full. I do not know who is going to win between Megan Smallhouse and Corinna Elliott, both doing spectacular fulls, nice landings. And, that's why they're U.S. national team members. Megan Smallhouse, U.S. national champion from this season, and Corinna Elliott won her first World Cup in Canada just a few weeks ago and has been jumping amazing. And that will round out our competition. It will be a USA sweep, and I can announce that Tasia Tanner will be the winner of the North American Cup Tour this season. So edging out Emma Wise from Germany for that title and guaranteeing herself World Cup spots to the entire World Cup Tour next year.
Nice job, ladies, as we wait for Corinna's score to come in. Chris, thank you very much for your time, young man. It's always a pleasure and never a chore when I get a chance to hang out with someone as knowledgeable as you. But it's been a while. We haven't spent this long together ever.
Well, usually you're the one announcing me in the competition. I feel a little bit out of my element here in the booth, but enjoyed the opportunity to critique my fellow jumpers and talk about this nice young crop of aerial skiers that are coming up through the pipe for both Canada and the USA.
Well, hopefully the next time we see each other, it'll be a World Cup.
Yep.
Right here in Lake Placid. Normally in January. It's under the lights. Little crazy under the lights. 5,000 people here. Last time you were here in 2019. And we'll get the family back in town.
Yeah, well, it's always a pleasure to jump on home snow, and especially a place as special as Lake Placid. So I know that Team USA is hoping that that'll happen as soon as next season. And I definitely will not be in the booth for that one. Hopefully being on the hill, and it was a lot of fun.
So Corinna Elliott's jump wasn't as good as Megan Smallhouse, according to the judges. 85.68 was Megan Smallhouse's score, and 82.53 for Corinna Elliott. Tasia Tanner, as Chris said, the overall NorAm champion, 78.88. No Canadians on the podium for the first time in 4 events.
Yeah, so we kind of gave, USA girls got some revenge in the afternoon after getting the USA boys got swept in the morning. Great weekend of competition, and we'll be down in the bottom to hand out some awards here shortly.
Yep, so stick around, Canadians. You've got people on top of the podium in 3 of 4 of our events this weekend. Thank you very much to everybody here at the venue for looking after us. Thank you, Chip, and your crew for making those jumps and the hill as spectacular as we could have. It couldn't have been any better.
It really was a wonderful event. Made it through the snow. Looks like the rain's just starting to get down, so good time to finish up this weekend's events, and hopefully we'll be back flying high here soon.
Thank you, Ed, from Bullet Timing, for everything that you've done. You've pulled the whole thing together with a little squeak at the end, but other than that, it's been a good 2 days of jumping. My name's Stuart Hemsley, along with Chris Lillis in the announcer's booth, formerly the judges' tower, but we have no judges here. Thank you to the judges, Helena, Dana, Dejan, Daniel, and Jocelyn, for your help wherever you are in the world. Athletes, if you would make your way to the outrun for awards. Athletes to the outrun for awards. Thank you. Rebecca here?
Yes, but Ashley did not end up coming. Do you have the pin? Ashley didn't come, so I'm gonna make more of a mess of this for you. Again, this is like the messiest. Do you want me to write it on this one?
No.
Or no?
No.
Okay, just
Scribble
add
on
it
that
to
one.
my. Okay. No. But it.
Excuse my French Canadian friend. No.
Now this is Jeremy Freeman. So this is.
Good job.
To whoever gave me this pin, I've used it a lot.
Pencil. Check, check. Okay. Not too much of a lag. Just don't listen to myself. Okay, we'll get this road on the show before too long. So much for that live mic. Is everybody present?
We'll send the same out to all the judges.
So for awards, you have Guy, Jeremy Freeman, and Rebecca Dayton. I just added Jeremy down here.
Okay.
So no Ashley. We have Guy, Rebecca, Jeremy Freeman. Jeremy Freeman is the director of events for the Olympic Regional Development Authority.
It's very exciting. Hello.
I'm good. And you?
Like with you ever left? Hi. No one kicked you out.
All of our award people present. You people.
Like, but all the noise get one color?
You will be.
Shoot, why did my camera?
Do we have a Canadian flag? We don't.
Yeah, they're all on the.
Do we have a Canadian flag that we can borrow? Wouldn't it be good to have a Canadian flag in view?
I got one in my car.
I thought it was just part of a NorAm that. Okay. No flags, but we're just gonna roll without them. All right. Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Are you ready? Do you wanna? So, you start and then tell me when you want me to cue fanfare. Oh, he's in here. Okay.
Or not fanfare, the anthem.
The FIS anthem.
Oh, we're playing the FIS anthem.
Usually we play that before they go on.
Hello, and thank you for joining us here at the Olympic Jumping Complex for the FIS Freestyle NorAm Cup Awards. Today we will be presenting both the event awards and the 2023-24 FIS NorAm Cup awarded to the top performing athletes from the season NorAm competitions. Congratulations to all who participated this weekend and throughout the season. A great big thank you to our officials and volunteers. Will you please turn your attention to the podium for the award ceremony in honor of the athletes. Presenting our awards today, our FIS technical delegate, Mr. Guy Andre. Round of applause. Thank you. Olympic Jumping Complex General Manager, my friend Rebecca Dayton. And the Olympic Regional Development Authority's Director of Events, Mr. Jeremy Freeman. Thanks for coming, Jeremy. Yesterday, we had the Women's Freestyle NorAm Cup Awards. In third place, representing Team USA, Tasia Tanner.
Sorry, men went first. We'll switch it later, don't worry about it.
In second place, representing Team USA, Megan Smallhouse. And in first place, representing Canada, Marion Thenol. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to make a decision. Would the Canadian flag please come between the two American athletes? Canadian flag in between. Does she speak English? No, you hold it. You get up and hold it. We need to play the anthem, and you are the flag that we are raising. On the podium. At this time, we ask that you remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem of Canada. Nice job, Alexandra. And now for our men's competition of yesterday. In third place, representing Team USA, Connor Curran. In second place, representing Canada, Emile Nadeau. And in first place, representing Canada, Alexandra Duchesne. At this time, we ask that you remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem of Canada. Nice job, gentlemen. And the results from today's competition. In third place, representing Team USA, Tasia Tanner. In second place, representing Team USA, Karenna Elliott. And in first place, representing Team USA, Megan Smallhouse. At this time, we ask that you remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem of the United States of America. Congratulations, ladies. And the second men's competition that finished this morning in third place, representing Canada, Victor Primo. In second place, representing Canada, Gabrielle Dion. And in first place, representing Canada, Emile Nadeau. At this time, we ask that you remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem of Canada. Congratulations, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you did podium over the last 2 days, please remember to go inside to the front desk. They have money for you. Oh. Now, on to the 2023-24 FIS NorAm Cup Awards, presented to the top performing athletes from the entire season. The Women's Freestyle NorAm Cup Awards in third place, representing Team USA, Megan Smallhouse. In second place, and probably not present today, representing Germany, put your hands together for Emma Weiss.
Emma! We got a FIS representative?
And the winner of the 2023-24 FIS NorAm Cup is Team USA's Tasia Tanner. At this time, we ask that you remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem of the United States of America. Nice job, ladies. And now for our men's freestyle NorAm Cup Awards. In third place, representing Canada, Lewis Irving. In second place, also representing Canada, Alexandra Duchesne. And the winner of the 2023-24 FIS NorAm Cup, representing Canada, Emile Nadeau. At this time, we ask that you please remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem of Canada. Congratulations, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a close this weekend and the season in NorAm Freestyle Aerials. Put your hands together one more time for all of our athletes and coaches, judges, and the people who put this field together. This is as cold as we've been so far this weekend. Safe trip home. Good luck to everybody in Kazakhstan if you're on your way. And hopefully we'll see you home here next January for a World Cup. My name's Stuart Hemsley. I'm your MC from across the sea. Thanks very much for having me here at the ski jumps. Thanks to Ed upstairs for sound, for everything wired. It's been a pleasure. Safe trip home, everybody.
Okay, perfect. Just set it right inside in that little room that you saw me grab the stuff out of, and I'll grab it later. I'll take this. Thank you both so much for your help. Thank you, thank you. I could not have done it without you. No, really. It was so much better with you. Yeah, we can put this table. Actually, we'll put it right over by the wall here, and I'll have somebody take it back later. We'll wait till Stuart's done. It's fine. You can go. I can get through it.
tell we're throwing stuff on the ground.
No, but you can leave the table. Well, I'll get it later.
Go do what you gotta do. I'll take care of it.
I'm gonna get a picture of you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna rob the table.
Oh, gotcha. All right. See you, Nicholas. Take care. Bye-bye.
And of course, all your stuff's getting soaked.
Oh, it was already wet.
Hey, good job as always.
Thank you. I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to do it.
There you go.
See you, buddy.
I'm bringing the wife back next time.
Okay. Which will be when? World Cup?
No,